Still nothing on screen, huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, it worked today. Nice. Reverb. I was trying to find some way of like making a Devil May Cry reference there, but unfortunately my small brain fried, so I was just I'm gonna just stay silent before I make an ass of myself. Steal the light. Rad! The ever elusive Rad. The curtains are just taking a little longer to open today. I mean, he used to be a grade 1 intel fixer. Never really fought, though. Oh, we know what he gonna do. Kind of. I read the story beats from last time. Okay. Let's get people decorated. Let's see. First is the Book of the Mist ready. Yeah. Oh, right. No Lone Fixer. Prowess, health, mind. Battle ready. Drop health hauler for Razor Strike. Forgot that number doesn't exactly pan out correctly. Gawk Autolion. Yeah, the deck should be good to go. She soloed her floor. I see the correct strategy now. We got this. Anyway, that should be good to go. The blue meme. Let's see. Grab that off of Yawn. Black Silence, we're taking our hauler back. Hello there, Britcan. Always good to see you. Oh, right. Hey, Adreline, wanna be the blue boy? Next up would happen to be take Nikolai. Your disposal for the occasion for, where is it? Battle Command. Yeah, that still looks good. Still got 3 for some kind of charge gimmick. Oh, wait, yeah, no, 3 for some kind of charge gimmick. got 2 slots, so... Yeah, that works. Epps gets Zhao for the occasion. Hauler, Sigma. Oh, yeah, no, we can actually get rid of the unstable page of the badness and get Philip's proper page in here. Fabric, brand. Actually, no. Volatile passion. What, is burn not helpful here or something? Gives Flaming Brand, Volatile Passion, Novo Fabric. I mean, it's also Zhao. Like, her entire shtick is the burning. That means it's working, but I'm willing to take suggestions. Though I should probably still slap on a hauler. Actually, hold on. So let's see. Except Roland probably isn't going to slap burn. Overheat would be nice, but I seriously doubt there's going to be any kind of burn. No, that's... Oh, inflict burn to each other. But the other problem is that you inflict self-burn on yourself after the beneficial effects of Chi Wen have already happened. Where is that? Oh. Where is that? Oh, it's on Purple Tear. Speaking of... Purple Tear. Right, and I can't just load in the deck. Because that just ruins all other decks, if I'm not mistaken. Clearly Mirage Storm. That's right, it's a nightmare card. ion is where? There it is. Cool. All right. The team should be set up at this point. Sayo has a hauler in for some reason. Right. Okay, I think I remembered the thingy-majigger. Trying to... I think there was something I was doing with the... tear. Ah, yes. Didn't you say that contracts were busted there, Epps? Why remove health hauler? Ah, I see the meme. I see those memes. Holy shit, yeah, they just ended up working out like that. Even the random generation loves your damn floor. I mean, we can always slap back on a hauler. I could do some warp trainery. I know what I need to attribute. Where are the rats? They gotta hook me up, man. Rats only, here we go. No, no, no. The rats are dead in their corner. Honestly, Razor Strike should be fine. Where the hell is Digging Shank? Works. The decks are solid. The stands are ready. And here we go.
역시 도서관으로 온 건 우연이 아니었구나, 롤라.
You know what? I'll read it one more time for brevity's sake. So it's no coincidence that you came to the library, Roland.
그래.
You bet. The series of events leading up to this moment was the biggest gamble of my life.
그렇구나.
I see. You helped me obtain my freedom, but it wasn't for my sake.
나를 위해서가 아니었어. 난 너에게
You just used me like a tool.
당한 거고.
억울한 듯
Come on, don't talk like you got nothing out of me. I never slacked off, you know? Except you did. Nets is your best friend in this place.
철저히 네가
I gave my all to support you until you reached your goal. It's mutual exploitation at the very least.
아무리 적
그래서
Did you get the result you wanted?
충분해.
Well, I got enough. The reason I come to the library was to figure out the cause of the phenomenon that created distortions like the pianist,
그 일의 장본인은
and to find out who is responsible for it.
결과적으로
As
모든
such, all obvious signs
엔젤라, 너였지.
point to you, Angela. Yeah, no, he indeed never slacked off during battle. And by never slacked off, I mean he fucked off for 3/4 of the game.
네가 마지막에 발버둥 치지만
None of this would have happened if you hadn't thrown a tantrum in your final moment.
그럼
Why didn't you try to stop me or kill me right away then?
죽이지 않았어?
첫 번째.
First off, you were simply unkillable when I first met you.
존재가 아니었어. 두 번째.
Second, I wanted to know why you made the choice you did.
이유를 알고 싶어서. 세 번째.
Third, I thought that maybe you could make a different decision that I couldn't.
그리고 내
And fourth, to bring you the greatest loss, the greatest suffering,
큰 상실과
at the very end of it all.
지금 넌 완전
Right now, you're completely human. You can feel pain as its whole and experience death.
더불어 너도
I learned here that you went through your own fair share of torment, frustration, and loss.
왜 그런
I can understand why you made the choices you made.
그래서 시간이
And seeing you start to contemplate your aim as time went by, I thought that maybe there was room for another option.
네가 다른
That maybe, just maybe, you might choose a different answer.
아주 만약에
And if you somehow did that by the smallest chance,
다른 답을
then I might
선택할
have
수 있지 않을까.
been able to find a different solution myself.
하지만 결국
But in the end, you didn't.
네가 100만 년 동안
Sure,
견딘 아픔에
the
비해
pain I went through may be a speck of dust compared to your million years of despair.
그게 어쨌다는
But
거지?
so what?
난 그날 빌어
That day, I swore myself before that damned piano.
내게서 세계
I swore that I'd make the city experience the same sorrow of loss, of the frustration that I felt when it took my world away from me.
너처럼
The same as you.
그렇다면
Then, who will pay for the misery I went through?
너에게 보답받아야지. 내가 할 수 있는 건
There was nothing else I could do. All I knew was to make them suffer the same pain.
나에게 그 답을
You're asking me for an answer?
알았다면
If I knew the way, and if I could choose it, I wouldn't have done this drivel.
거리를 하진 않았겠지. 그래도 한 가지는
I do know one thing for sure.
피를
This is what happens when you try to wash blood
피게 된다는 걸.
with blood.
엔젤라,
Angela, you have to feel the same sorrow as mine.
슬픔을 아니,
No, you have to feel even worse than that.
겪어야만 해.
You took Angelica away from me.
칼을 앗아갔어.
She meant the world to me.
난 오직 이
I
순간
sat on my hands and as I watched the people I knew die, and even killed my old friend with these shadowed gloves, just for this moment.
이 순간을 위해
All for this very moment,
나르고
I've been suppressing my emotions,
웃었던 거야.
forcing a pained smile.
우는 모습은
Seeing you shed tears is unfamiliar sight.
이제 그딴
I'm
기회를
done with the
받을
facade now.
반드시 내
I'll do everything I can, in ways beyond your imagination,
못할 온갖
to give you the most painful death possible.
그것도
And I'll do it right before you take the final step to your freedom. I'll rob you of everything.
모든 걸
You'll reap the whirlwind for what you've sown.
되돌려주겠어.
난
I only want to be compensated for my suffering.
뭐야?
What's this now? You're acting weak all of a sudden?
마지막이 와서
Are you finally starting to hesitate when it's almost over?
아니지.
Nah, can't
그럴
be.
리 없어. 넌 힘과
You've got
지식,
power and knowledge, and now a proper life as a living being on top of it.
그저
You just don't want to give up what you finally took hold of.
나는
At least I used a method that isn't forceful.
넌 빛을
You used the same logic when you'd stolen the light. You used it to kill those who came to the library in the name of a fair price.
그로 인한 인권
You didn't even stop to think about the consequences of your actions.
넌 본인 이외의
That's how you've always been. You don't give two shits about anyone other than yourself.
하지만 비난하지
I don't blame you, though. I
비난할
just
수 없지.
can't.
그래.
It's how the city works.
그건
That's that. And this is this.
이거니까. 그러니 나도
That's why I'm going to kill you strictly within the mindset of the city folk.
난널 죽이고
What I need to do is kill you and take my revenge. What you need to do is kill me
자유를 얻으면 돼.
and get the freedom you want.
서로 원색
We just need to have a simple, raw state of mind as we fight each other.
너도 다른 생각.
So I want you to stop getting any funny little ideas and stick to your desire for freedom and vengeance.
욕망만 품으면 돼. 내게는
I have nothing
고통밖에 없어.
but my sorrow,
그것 말고
and I want nothing more.
아무것도 바라지 않습니다. 고통은
It has
내가
been,
주시었고,
it still is, faithful to me.
내 영혼이
Why should I begrudge it, since during the hours,
고통은
when my soul crushed the depths of my heart,
지켜주었으니 어떻게
it was seated there besides me?
원하겠습니까?
Oh, sorrow, I have ended, you see, by respecting you,
에서 떠나지 않겠기에 나는 마치
because I am certain you will never leave me.
존경하기에 이르렀다. 나는 이제
Ah, I realize it.
너는
Your
존재,
beauty lies in the force of your being.
너는 가난한
You are like those who never left the sad fireside corner of my poor black heart.
나의 고통.
Oh, my sorrow,
너는
you are better than a well-beloved,
나는
because I know that on the day of my final agony,
죽음의 자리에 드는 날에도 너는
you will be there, lying in my sheets, O sorrow,
나와 함께
so that you might once again attempt to enter my heart. Gabora Squad. So, perception blocking mask. A speed dive at the lowest speed becomes untargetable. At the start of each scene, exhaust all pages because shimmering is fun. Retaliate, clenched grudge, 5 stagger resist on hit, 8 on clash lose. Black silence. All page selected in the third speed dive. Oh, fuck.
역시 도서관으로 온 건 우연.
그래.
Do I need other floors prepared? As far as I'm aware of, you just Gabora things. Speed dice and a fighter that never retreats. And if I really need to, I have Dex on standby. So it'll be fine. Yeah, we gotta do our damnedest to do our... Oh, huh. Wonder how many unique lines there are here. We gotta do our damnedest to do our one job with courage. Protect. Revenge. Wrath is especially terrifying if the goal is clearly set. Better be on guard and keep an eye out for trouble. He seems kind of different from that time. Yeah, we might take a blow as soon as we let down our guard. Royal Guard. That actually has a decent chance of being not so fun. Ah, yes, the millions of arrows. Ah, if you only had one more, that would have been great. Also, hi Roland boss theme again. Draw one. Yeah, that'll be fine. +5, -2. Beneath the belt. Only one who can at this point is, Zhao. Yeah, it should be fine. Gabor is getting the counter. I'm getting used to how Blue Boy works. Beneath the belt, beneath the belt. That should be fine. Oof. The burning means it's working. Also, nice Durandal, idiot. Don't really need counter dice, so... Phase 1 of Gabora Exodia. Oh, Jesus! Okay, we're just going fast this round. And I can still get an upstanding slash in. You are targeting a dice which has no counter, unfortunately. Resonance. battlefield command. Why won't it help? It's same resonation, so that's +4 power for everything. Right, for some reason I thought that Not used to it yet. Let's go. And I still got my needed thing for spear, so that's great. Ow. And he's down for the round. Largo. Largo. But he's at like 7 resonance. We kind of want to bring that down, don't we? Eps's thing got overridden by Zhao time. So where's the Millie song, given he's going ape shit? Wielder of Suffocating Haze. When attacking, if target has Suffocating Haze, 2 extra damage. When hit, if attacker has Suffocating Haze, take 2 less damage. The Hatching Dead. When a smoldering byproduct is defeated, spawn one to replace it next scene and lose 50 HP, once per unit. No smoldering byproducts respawn if the character is 300 HP or less. I'm going to guess this is it then. Wither the Suffocating Haze. Yep. Okay, so basically just get to mass murder. No, you're not completely turbo screwed. Tempest. Then actually I can activate Resonance too. Rip tear, rip tear. Actually, I can just leap off of that. No, not really. But I'll still try anyway. Beneath the belt. Confrontation into multi-slash. Oh yeah, she is, ain't she? Yoink. And then you can have some fun. If I'm not mistaken, this will actually activate Resonance because, Distempt is first. So I will do Allegro up here. Yep, we're good. What is bleed? Gabora 3. Resident 6. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm not going after the fall in this round. Level slash. Yeah, you know what, that works. Then someone needs to parry right here. Right, all others, quote-unquote. You have Resonance 4. You need some light anyway. Will of the Prescript. Conversion. Multi-slash. Prescript. Slash. Let's-a go. There may have been some unintentional slapping here. Vamps. Ah. And it's gamer time, boys. What's this? The metal is not strong enough? That is individual. You are at vibration 7. This is just gonna hurt. Battle command. Bulky impact. How's this guaranteed to win? Ah. I think I will mass attack today. Red mist, red mist, red mist. Everyone just dies. What did you expect? So yeah, let's get your ego online now too. The dragon is also now awake. Also, nice rolls tear. Oh yeah, I might have trigrams or something. Say no to that. Today, I think I will shuffle in the pre-script. Also, Gabora to get this kill just to make sure. Wait, no, who's getting that one? Get this kill, Gabora, so you don't accidentally turn off Red Mist. I seriously doubt that's gonna happen, but may as well be safer instead of sorry. As my capacity to fuck up is infinite. Allegro. Also, hi, Chaos. Okay, new phase. Soulmate, speed dice +2. Gain Soul Link for 3 scenes. With 2 scene interval. While Soul Link is up, gain 3 additional speed dice. What the fuck? Request target. While Soul Link is up, first 3 speed dice target the librarian with the lowest current HP. Dearly departing. When Angelica dies, enter State of Rampage and use different side of pages. Soulmate, speed dice 2. Dark Mark. While Soul Link is up, leave a dark mark on the character that engaged this character last scene. Soul Link, stagger resist does not go below 1. If the amount of the status is lowered to 0 within 3 scenes, and flicks up with 3 paralysis for next 2 scenes. Otherwise, recover HP and stagger resist and set the amount of that to the character with the highest HP. So basically, they work together. Hard. They don't even have enough dice for this shit. Zolkova Workshop, Elias Workshop, Atelier Logic. Oh, they went to the same places. Combo Zolkova Workshop. Oh, yeah, no, we have to move those fucking combos. Yeah, so I guess we just gotta alpha roll in then. Nah, that'd be silly. That'd be dumb, right? I could do defensive maneuvers, but how about more power? Ah, you have burn. Yep. Come on. There we go, much better. Absorb impact. Got plenty of cards, so you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, actually, it was like, should probably do something with those trigrams. Oh no, I'm doing pretty fine. Yeah, get more charge. Just maximum overclock charge. Nah, clearly we need to steal the light as if we're the reverb ensemble. Protect. But I imagine they will soon enough, and that will not be fun. You know what? Bite the bullet. It's fine. Nice. We're just gonna blow through this phase at this rate, Jesus. And Gabora is, Gabora's ready. Hey there. It is going alright. Yeah, brain, why not say name? It was Kai? No. Forgive me. I still learning the name. ridiculous. Well, yeah, but I'm winning the fight, so, you know, doesn't work out so well there. Kane got it. Spear, spear, spear. Am I spearing the same look? Yes, because I'm a fucking moron, that's why. Oof. 6555. There we go. Wait, that doesn't end up working out. Largo. Largo. Allegro. Ah, yeah, true. It is within one, isn't it? Wait, but why Tempest? That'll reset them down to 4. Because Tempest resets to 4. Oh, yep, no, okay, I see it now. The other problem that seems to be kind of a thing with the ensemble is that they augment previous mechanics. It's not like they are their own, you know, apex of who they are. Oh, God. Vigilant stand. Bulk. Multi-slash. That won't clash, so fuck you. Will of the City sees the neon stars into multi-slash. Zhao doesn't need... Zhao is actually a little injured. Flip that around a bit. And that works. Let's go.
Goodbye.
You can't manipulate fate that hard. Ow. That does nothing. Waltz in white. That looks like a Gabora situation. Oh, absolutely. I've only used like 2 of them. I am so good at this. Yeah, basically just Gabora it. That doesn't do anything. So that reduces it to 6 vibration. Then that should allow me to use Resonant Scythe pretty comfortably. Nope! That's great. Holy shit. I mean, it's awful, but that's great. Get some light generation in here. Yeah, that works. There's that Millie song. Blood. Defensive dice gain 1 to 2 power this scene. The defensive dice loses in a clash, takes stagger. Scars cuts. Take 2 to 5 less damage from slash attacks. When hit by a slash attack... Oh, he's starting to use egos from the library. Memories of the library. For the duration of the phase, gain unique passive each scene. HP does not go below 40%. If Roland is at 40% at the end of the scene, proceed next phase, fully recover stagger. Alright, I see it. Let me go find something so I can go get blocked on YouTube. Let's see. Thank you. Look, I would trust YouTube with nothing. Will this work? Because it is just being piano. Yeah, I'll have to improv this, but it's the closest I get to a karaoke version. But then again, I've also not heard the song before. Yeah, I'll have to sing over Millie because I don't know. I already don't know the lyrics. Like, this is the first time I've heard this. All right, I'll take it. Okay. Look, I see command. I don't want people up on my ass all that. Memory Yoon office, Dawn office, Y associate. Yikes. Okay, it's good that Millie, you know, is cool like that. I did sing Iron Lotus. Thanks, Renger. Dodge, Pierce. Retaliate! Isn't that Flashing Strike right there? No, not Flashing Strike, it's that level 3 card. Oh god, you have no light. Actually, yeah, do it this way. Energy conversion into overcharge. So, let me take your head like one of those magnets. Tappity tappity tap. Dance and dance, sing. Da-di-da-do-di-da-do. Da-da-di-da-do-di-do. Spending my non-crawl. Longing for this moment. Brewing all this hatred. So I have a reason to see your fall. Don't you worry, I saved a spot for recycling. Oh no, weapons are being spawned. Engraved spite. If this remains by the end of the scene, it is nailed to the ground. The last die of the combat page used on the 5th scene is recycled once for each weapon on the ground. Oh god, he's gonna do Furioso. Yaji or Talie. Memory Love Town. We don't remember Love Town. Lou Association. Oh, you're just stealing my cards now. Hey, I actually used the trigram correctly, too. Get some light back on the board, but I seriously doubt they're gonna live. Yeah, no, there's no reason to hit the ones in the back. That's within one, so dump that Largo. Also, nice pianist in the background game. Just further cementing that, you know, Roland can never escape the pianist. And that his fate is dominated by the pianist. Well, hey, I'm happy to take that. Alright, and go. Oh, wow, they just died in one. It's the fucking mist. Should I really be like, surprised? Oof, that rolling. Deletus the Yeetus. The only one who does not have emotion would be good Allegro, sir. You're on a 5. The Hana Association. Did it not? The Purple Tear. The Blue Reverberation. He's using a gun. Implying Roland would give a fuck. Oh, he's going on a 7. Jesus, Roland cooking fast today. She's fine. Look, I didn't mean to break the fight this hard. Yeah, thank you for volunteering. You're on further cleanup duty. Works. Taohei plus Thirst plus 1 card follow-up? Yeah, it'll be fine. That's within Resonance 1. Yeah. Oh wow, it actually bounced the Purple Tear. Nice dagger, nerd. And now I can't clash with any of his things, so Outer Alliance still doesn't get any emotion. Ah. Well, then that's all the emotion he needed. Except 1. Oh, never mind. Well, here you go. Yeah, because Stagger for on your own. Hello is clearly optimal. So it's time for goodbye. Unleash power. Image of bygones. For this scene on hit, shuffle 2 random pages in the target's hand back into their deck. Oh, what the fuck? Scattering of recollection. At the beginning of the phase, 4 images with bygones are summoned with different abilities. So basically, if I hit the black silence, he screws up my hand draws. That's mean. Image of bygones does not gain speed dive from emotion bonus. At the start of the scene, exhaust pages. Alright, so pulsation. On hit, give 1 strength to all allies next scene. If character couldn't deal any damage using offensive dice by the end of the scene, take stagger. Aspiration is just bonus speed. Character dies at the end of the 3rd scene of which it was summoned. Gain 2 strength, 2-3 haste, 4 protection each scene until death. All stagger resistance are switched to ineffective. Max HP reduced by 50. Yeah, I should be able to. Oh god, learn. Nope. Actually, I can't. Just short. I was gonna say, yeah, just delete. Nope. I did just get thirst, though.
What's more to say? Pain always catches up to those who chooses to stay. Though it may hurt today, tomorrow I'll be heading my way. Look one by one, the pages remind me you'll always be there. For you, angels have fallen.
Donza. Actually, no Donza, because if I'm just gonna alpha nuke these guys, I don't want to lose the ability to, yeah. So hold fire for a moment. Oh wait, that's right. Yeah, no, that works. Also trigram. Strength. Go. Also, nice 48. Holy shit. Oh, wait, what? Ah, shit. Sorry, Zhao. The background's back. There we go. Horizontal, here we go. This is less dice. So you're dead. You'll probably live, actually. But doesn't it have more dice? Also, hi, cat. Yeah, it has more dice with a good, strong kicker. There you go. Yeah, if we just play Gabora only, then she's just gonna kill everyone.
So let me take your head like one of those magnet tappity tappity tap. That's the last thing.
On who? They're all dead. Oh yeah, true. He's probably gonna live. Light. Hundred and four. So Gabora just has to eat around. Oof. Scream. Rage, sorrow, conflict, agony. Alright, so upstanding slash here. Tempest Danza into Resonant Scythe. For that +4 power on everything. You don't have too many good options here. Probably Battle Command? Yeah, it's really the only thing I can think of. You physically can't win this. So just block it. And overcharge the meme, and we will see if that works. Oh, they don't? Alright. How much light do I still have the 3 light needed for this. And then graze the grass here for some extra light. Not enough overcharge! That one's not even effectively going anywhere. There's one overcharge right here for blocking that. There we go, much better. And that works. Tempest Danza. Okay, so Allegro to kick, starter kicker. You know, that doesn't work. Yeah, that lineup doesn't work out at all. The manipulator of odds, everyone. Yeah, so actually, Allegro would bump that up to about a 7. Largo bumps that down to 6. Bump that down. And then Allegro. You don't need a punk on that 8. No, it just requires a little bit more forethought. Imagine having to think about plans. I can't feasibly do this thing. Send help. I'm only 5. And cycle it. Fun. Burn a nation. And then go hard on that light regen. Look, if I ain't playing with time, am I playing Hakma right? The answer is no. Nice finisher. A dim-witted egoist whose sight is limited by their own selfishness. A proper fool chasing after immediate results. That's what you are, and who I am. The same logic that dictates us was bound to be our downfall one day. If we really cared for ourselves, neither of us should have made this choice. It won't last long that way. Being selfish isn't about keeping an eye on yourself and nothing else. We had to take a good look at the things around us and engrave them into our hearts. Everything is interlinked, after all. Just kill me already.
죽이긴 해.
Hesitating at the end is a bad habit that'll get you offed out there.
더 오래 못 살아.
Oh, I have choices. Ah, clearly it's time for the bad ending. No. I'm going to guess these choices are... yeah. Well, the thing is, I can sort of see why they're doing this if, yeah, as I suspected and Techno said, if you haven't completed the realizations, then, well, she just chooses to be an asshole. Forgive Roland, and Angela will let go of it all to turn back everything to how it was.
그래.
Alright.
그냥 그렇게.
Why don't you hesitate a little longer, then? I'll take your head as soon as you let down your guard.
롤랑,
Roland,
난 너.
I'm going to let go. Someone has to break this cycle, ultimately.
결국
After all, even I couldn't escape the treadwheel turning for this city.
바퀴를 벗어날 수 없었네. 그리고 이런
And if I have to be entrapped in more of such cycles, perpetuating deeds similar to what I've done, I
더는 살아갈
don't think I could live that life further.
정도의 차이만
I would continue to be crushed under the ever-turning wheel.
짓눌린 채
The only difference would be how harshly it smothers me.
이런 세상에서
Achieving
자유를
freedom was meaningless in a world like this.
거였어.
뭐
What? After all the mess you've caused, you're going to let go?
그렇겠다고?
Now? Were you struck by some huge revelation or something?
그렇다면 이
What
말을
about all the people who faced an unavoidable death in this damn library?
내 손으로
All those people I've killed. What will become of them?
지금까지
What was my determination to spare for? These sacrifices I've made.
넌 반드시
You have to want something, damn it!
한다고! 이렇게 쉽게
You can't break it off so easily.
그러기엔
You've come too far for that.
제대로 된 용납
Someone who doesn't even have a full-fledged desire
그렇게 많은
has no right to take so much blood and power.
그 모든 게
I
이제는
feel their weight now, and it's too much for me to bear.
줄 알았어.
I thought this would be the last time.
정말
I sincerely mean it.
마지막으로 한 번만
If I shut my eyes again and shed blood one last time, I thought I would be free to live as I want.
하지만 도시라는
Alas, I
굴레에
could never truly be free as long as I was chained to the bonds of the city.
나와 너
You, I, and this library are soaked in the blood of many.
자유로 가고자
All the
하는
actions I took in pursuit of freedom only sped this treadwheel.
내가 지금껏
I convinced myself that it was an inevitable sacrifice I had to put up with for the sake of my freedom and amends for my agony.
그리고 모든 게
And once this was over, I wanted to stop taking precious things from anyone.
걸 앗아가고 싶지 않았어. 상실과 고통
I know what loss and pain are, how they feel.
하지만 도시라는
However,
바퀴는
the wheel that is this city is powered by those, crushing everything in its path.
밟으면서 굴러가지. 결국
If I have to snuff out what belongs to me with my own hand in the end,
그리고
and if life requires me to spill the blood of others or lets my own blood so that I may live on,
이제 내려놔.
I'd much rather remove my grip on this goal.
적어도
At the very least,
수레바퀴에
I refuse to
찔리지
die
않았어.
under the wheel.
돌릴 수 없어.
You can't just undo what you've done.
빼앗은 자는
You extort from others once, and you have to keep doing it. What are you going to do if you lack the resolve to commit to even that?
책과 사서
The books, the librarians, the library, and finally,
마지막으로
my own freedom.
이 모든 걸
I'll let go of them all
내가
first.
만들어낼게. 더는 움켜쥐고
I will no
있지
longer
않으리라.
cling to them. I won't try to keep them in my clutch anymore.
이 모든 걸 놓는
If
날
I gave it all up,
돌려낼 수 있어.
then I can reverse this.
적어도
At least those who died in the library can be brought back.
그게 네가
Is that the answer you chose?
넌 이제 이
When you can just
도서관 밖으로 그냥
walk out of this
걸어갈 수
place
있는
and go wherever you want to go?
감옥의 문이 열렸는데
When the exit from this prison is finally open?
100만 년간의
For 1,000,000 years, you've been waiting for the day you could exact your revenge. And still,
선택을 할수 있다고?
you can make that choice?
네가 간절히 바라는
Even when the thing you desperately wished for is just ahead of you?
그래.
Yes.
오롯이
I made
나만의
this
바람으로
decision by the dint of my own will entirely.
처음으로
This will be the
모든
first
것을
wish
자유로워진
and the
내가
last choice I make, since I became free from all the restraints for the first time.
그렇다 해도
That still won't make me forgive you. I'm not supposed to forgive you.
용서하면 안 되는 거야. 도시에선
You can't just let go of stuff on your own. That's not how it works in the city.
이기적이잖아.
It's selfish to do that.
마지막으로
Let me ask you one last favor.
난
I'm
잠깐
going to leave myself vulnerable for a short while.
여태 머금은
Expelling
것을
everything I've
했는데
absorbed until now won't be a simple feat.
그동안은
Could you leave me
날
be while I do
내버려둘
that?
수 있어? 친구로서의
I'm asking you as a dear friend.
우리가
If you still consider me a friend, that is.
그 사이에
You
내가
do know I can just kill you in the meantime, right? Instead, right?
물론 그래도
I won't
되지만
stop you, but don't worry.
걱정하지 마. 모든 건
When I'm
되돌아가고
done, everything will go back to the way it was.
사라질 테니.
I'll disappear without a trace.
시간 없으니
There isn't much time, so I'll get started right away.
어떻게
How could you lay down your own goals?
어떻게
How could you cut it off before anyone else?
끊어낼 수 있는 거야?
Snub Angela, and Roland will exact his revenge with this last step, or forgiveness. The cycle must end somehow. Hey! Where's my Keter egos?
뭐죠? 저는 죽은 줄 알았어요.
What's this? I thought we passed away.
분명
I can remember
책이 되어
turning into a book. Could it be an encore?
이것이
This must be the outcome of your choice. Thank you, Angela and Roland.
이제
With these new forms you gave us, we can perform once again.
그렇군.
I see. This form. I can't wait to get back into the city. I want to meet new people. I feel like I can make the best taste mankind's ever known right now.
셀라가 너희 또
Look, Angela didn't make this choice to bring back your band of nutcases, you know.
처음으로 진정.
She just chose what she actually wants for the first time.
당신은 좀
You appear to be invigorated, much more than the last time we saw you. It seems we are all brimming with a similar vigor. I can sense a noble power seeping into my body.
거룩한 힘이 스며들어오는
So
게
wait.
느껴지고요.
So is Angela actually properly doing the 7 white days rather than the 3 white days and the 4 black nights?
이 빛
In this light, we shall achieve perfection.
완전해지는 겁니다.
Well, here's the thing. If the choice only exists because, well, if you didn't have the choice, it would just, that's all you could do. Think, it's kind of similar to, in lobotomy, well, to be fair, in lobotomy, you either got to go forward or not. This time, I guess they gave people the choice just so they know how they fucked up. if they didn't get all the realizations done. But those are supposed to be the points of, well, if you can't make the choice here, you have no other option. Maybe I'm a bit more sympathetic because I played Lobotomy, and thus I'm kind of used to its flow of, if realized, yes, if not realized, no. Yeah, exactly. It's just exactly how it worked in Lobotomy Corporation. You still have to make the choice to move forward. Even if it is a little bit of a flow breaker, the point is that you have to make the choice to break the cycle. You can have all the wisdom, all the intelligence in the world, all the empathy in the world, and if you don't make the choice to, in this case, break the cycle, and you just go with the flow, it's really not. It doesn't seem like a flow breaker to me, honestly. I'm just saying it because people are saying it's a flow breaker. Yeah, basically, Angela decides whether or not she kills Roland. Roland decides if she forgives Angela. It seems fine to me, honestly. But yeah, they have to make the intrinsic choice. You can't just mindlessly go along. You have to make the active choice to break the cycle. Because the city is dominated by this apathy, by this, well, shit, I have to do this too if I want to make it in the city. Rather than having the courage and the strength to actually stand alone and say, no, not today. Even if they are in supremely powerful decisions, even if they're both in supremely powerful positions, which gives them the privilege of being able to make these choices, they could still just perpetuate their power further. Angela's giving everything up despite having all the power, and Roland is basically forgiving her. Everything she's done, every facet of his life being ruined was by her, even if indirectly. By forgiving her, he makes the choice to essentially move forward with his life and embrace humility to a degree. That he can't change everything with raw power and needs more intrinsic thinking. Revenge is a grave for two. So, just don't. Live on. Yeah. Understandable, Tamer. Yep, everything I just said invalidated by that whole limb thing. They're not his original limbs anymore. Roland's sock or something. And no hum hum pong pong. Like, fuck. Like, you can't forgive that. You really can't do that. Just fuck her up, Roland. Also, hi, Glaive. This is how it feels. Naked, yet able to be myself at last. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I was born for this moment. A warm echo and like what I'd heard. It pervades me. I can hear a sound that's much closer to my heart. I can hear the motion of the city. Yes, it's that light. I won't miss this final opportunity given to me. Oh wow, she looks like Anubis. Credit where credit is due. Tanya looks fucking awesome. Alright, with this strength, let's go for another round. There's no way in hell I'm letting you mental band of kooks lay a finger, Angela. We've reached the pinnacle. We can go anywhere we want from here. Hey, look! Philip actually achieved his ego this time. Even though he's still distorted. So hold on a second, actually. No, this is absolutely Angela's basically she's fixing what she's done wrong. The fact of she's giving the light back to everyone. So even in these distorted forms, they still have somewhat of their ego pushing through. Because they're so close to the source of overpowering warmness. We've reached the pinnacle. We can go anywhere from here. If only you could have protected Angelica with the same resolution.
네네 마음껏.
Yeah, keep running your mouth, see if I care.
나도 이제 그 녀석이.
I'm thinking of following my good pal along the path she's taken as she pleases.
제대로 내
Making sure to take a good and long look at the things around me this time. So you accept it in your own way?
너와는 다를.
Definitely not your way. Indeed, in the warmth of this light, let us have a dance together. It will be beautiful and perduring. Attention, everyone! We'll claim the final fraction of the light that will make us whole. Would you please allow me to conduct this finale? Boy, you're still the same nut job even when you're a freak. Oh god. At least they're not as strong as they used to be. So, tempered passion, whenever emotion rises, 3 burn, including self. Gain power by half of current emotion level, rounded down, takes no damage from burn. When alive, first offensive die allies play, each engagement inflicts 1 burn. After death, allies are inflicted with 1 burn when hit. If character has 10 or more burn at start of scene, become overheated, dealing more damage. Every 3 scenes, Scorching Desperation's added to hand, which will be used in the scene. On hit against target with 3 or more stacks of restraint, immobilize them next scene. Excuse me. Smoke amplifies outgoing damage instead of incoming damage on character. At start of scene, exhaust all pages in hand, shimmering. Every scene, all allies gain smoke equal to the amount of smoke this character has. When alive, gain the effects of Puffy Broom. Upon death, allies are inflicted with 10 smoke and lose the effects of Puffy Broom. Every 5 scenes, copy of Thought Gear Advent is added to the hand. Gain 3 protection each scene, take 3 additional damage from attacks while inflicted with bleed. While alive, all other allies gain 1 protection and stagger protection. Upon death, all allies are inflicted with 5 fragile next scene. If the target has 5 or more bleed, the first die this character plays inflicts 1 fragile on hit. When character is alive, give ally random positive status effect. Amount given is equal to the amount of light this character had. Loses all light when staggered. Alright. Let's begin this dance. There may be similarities between our aim and theirs, but the destination is ultimately different. They're huge and somewhat gross, maybe? What are they trying to gain by changing like that? Freedom? They certainly don't seem human. They may not be freedom as we know it. Shit, he hit 610? Tempest Danza. Hit beneath the belts. Overcharge into leap. Sleep well, good sir. Thanks for stopping on by. I don't see that working out. Will of the memes. Oh god, what the fuck? That's nasty. Yeah, on second thought, Gabora, help. Energy conversion. It works. Emotion 1. Gimme instincts. Okay, that's just a gimme. Battle command. No way, you need a charger. And neither of those actually charge. However, that should be enough clashing to get, light back. Prescript. Overcharge into... That's not gonna win. But I can hit below the belt. Throw on defensive trigram. And here we go. Imagine taking damage from guns. Hot meme. Jesus, 2 near parries there. Nice, insightful commentary. Actually, better idea in the moment. No. Is that a summation? Yes, it is. Is there something wrong when he rolls max? Understandable. How much resonance do you have? You have none at all. Tempestuous Danza. Gonna try to Allegro that. If I do that with Gabor, the problem is that eats up her entire light pool, and I don't have my light restorers on hand yet. Smarter for the moment to just do it with the spear. Because it is extremely unlikely Gabora gets that hard screwed. Yeah, the problem is that then she only has one light next round for cards she doesn't have, but I'll take the advice, I guess. You are hitting on that one. Oh god, you have a lot of heat incoming. Right, because it probably won't cook the card. Except I can't use it on anything else. Because that's on a 5. Well, actually, yeah, no. I mean, I guess it works. That might work. At least the music sounds more hopeful. Like, this definitely feels like victory lap hour. And nobody gets nailed. And Philip's going to die. He dies hard. Counter dies. Well, fuck you too, buddy. On the infinite dice, that's +5. Trying to think if there's anything else that she can get more power from, because that turns that into a 11-16. Could try to meme a battle command out. But then I have to hit on the 5, so that would be a +3 power gain for a -5 power gain from a -5 power loss. Yeah, but then if I lose the clash, I just get chomped. Oh. Oh yeah, that would do it, wouldn't it? Two 6s, yikes. This is, okay. Hit below the belt. You need some card draw. You need some light generation. Give it a shot, maybe, but I don't see that going well. Wow, okay. She's also ready to mist. Strengthened 9. That's extremely cute. So let's see. Summation. Because I'm fighting someone from Shark Tales. You answered your own question. Start with an overcharge. Leap. And you have strengthened, so you actually could probably hit that. Dragon Slash. Fun. Restore some of your own light. Annoyingly, you kind of are cooked right now just from how you had to do things. And then I guess get another hit underneath the belt somewhere. Let's go. Unfortunately, Ranger got tapped. They're dead. They are super dead. Also, happy, hopeful, cheerful music there. I'm sorry, did you say fucking metal? So, next floor. Oswald. At the end of the scene, all librarians take 2 to 4 stagger. Prioritizes targeting the librarian with the lowest current stagger resist. Cannot lose more than 50% of max HP in the scene. Whenever an ally dies, take 50 stagger damage. Upon death, all librarians fully restore stagger resist and all status ailments on them are halved. Fierce Sandstorm. At the end of the scene, all librarians take 3 to 5 damage. Jaehun's offense dice gain. Jesus, they just burn us. After death, all librarians deal 3 damage with attacks for the rest of the act. If no other allies are present at the end of the scene, gain 1 strength and endurance and 2 speed dice for the rest of the act. When I die, an ally plays roll the minimum value, re-roll it, activates once per scene. At the start of the scene, random librarian is inflicted with 2 bind. At the start of the scene, when their strings are used, all puppet strings are removed. After death, all librarians gain 1 to 3 haste at the start of each scene, and all their dice gain +1 power for the rest of the act. I'm sensing some trauma here, Renger. Cannot be redirected. Oof. Nice mass attack. Battlefield command. Mill in a card since it's the start of the round. Resonant Scythe. Oh, no, that's not. I want Tempest Tenza. I'm aware that he is massing. No, because he's hitting the 5. Much better. Get sleep, you fool! I respect the hustle, but you need the sleep. If I had a better front. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to take that hit, I think. Well, no, is there anything else I can do? Because that's pre-scripted. Battle command. No, I'll just take the hit. I mean, fuck it, it's something to do. Oh no, I see a better use of that. I feel bad because the metal's gonna take over. I like this music. Oh shit, actually someone needs to intercept that or else Rengar's very fucking dead. It'd be really embarrassing to have him just die. Those are counter dice. That'll have to do. Understandable. Nicely done, Rengar. Buon. I hear the metal and the theater music. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Wait, why the hell do you have haste 10? In one scene, if 2 or more characters have this status, they die. And Mixed Bunny is spawned. If this librarian has the status... So how the hell do I remove it? Vaguely. understand mechanics now. So basically, we want to lose one of our strings. We want to make sure they keep their strings. I can work with that. Ow. Well, there's a simple solution to this problem. Look, he's just sad that all of his friends are dead. But the fun can live on. Something, something, I am the storm that is approaching. Light. That did not end up working out so well. Behold the thirst. It works out nicely, though. Rapturous Danza. Once again, I'm out of alignment. Allegro. You're relevant for some reason. Actually, Thirst first. It won't do as much damage, but these people won't be alive, so that works. Strength Trigram. Red Strings of Protection. Overcharge that for Le Delou. That's fine. I'm on a bad cycle though. But given I'm just planning to alpha the phase, I should be fine. Nice. A lot of health for the Rengar. Too bad these cards still hit like Mack trucks even without power boosts. Pitchback Black Pulverizer. That actually might be a Gabora situation. On die, inflict one of the following statuses at random. Annoyingly, that still means I need to bounce that. I've not been able to activate Resonance once. I probably have, I've just not been able to do it much this round. Energy Vert, Energy Vert. Confrontation. Battle command. That's just counter dice, so I don't have to care. Cycle out my trigrams. Okie doke. Roughly same charge, but that lets me actually hit something. And Zhao can finally get some cards in her hand, which is exactly why I'm going to cook it for some reason. Too bad, we dodged. Show's over, kids. Alright, last phase. Argula. Resonance. When using a melee combat page, the difference between this target's speed and the vibration is 1 or less. All dice gain 2 power. At the start of the act, draw 2 pages. While Pluto or Elena are active, HP does not go under 100. Gain the speed die for every other ensemble member that has died this reception. No. Every 4 scenes give reverberation ensemble members for the duration of the act. Gain 1 scene. Well, strength endurance 1 per scene. At the end of the scene, all characters' emotion levels rise by 2. Welp. Speed dice plus 1. Gain a speed dice on the 4th scene. Gain an additional 1 if there's an enemy whose emotion level is 4 or higher. Does not gain speed dice from emotion levels. Oscillating Sickle, which is... That's just a good card. What the fuck? Cleave. Half all status ailments on self round up. The target's dice cannot be influenced by any effects next scene. For this scene, the pass ability Resonance activates if there's 4+ vibration. Allegro. Trails of Blue. Dice on this page are unaffected by power loss. Rapturous Danza. Crescendo. 6, 10, and 9... 22. And the last die hits, deals 50% more damage. And then 30-40. Let me guess, Shimmering? Baby, of course we've got Shimmering. So Argula's just kind of an asshole. Unjust Contract. Uncontrollable uses... Every scene uses an Unjust Contract. Spawns Shade on... Second scene, Shade gets a copy of the Patron Librarian's hand and deck, excluding on-play pages. If a Patron Librarian is not present, another random Librarian's deck will be copied instead, and speed dice. And Elena's just the usual, I imagine. Sanguine Nails, Absorb, Regurgitation. Unending Thirst, Bloodletting. Yeah, she's actually not the spooky one. Hi there, rock music.
Yeah, this is fucking ballin'. I'm feeling hype. Zhao is less dependent on it for the start, so... Flip card. Fuck yeah, Will of the Prescript. Let's go. And they all blocked Danza. Damn. Two words. Red mist. The fact is that she quite literally solos a shit ton of content in the game, and I guess, given how development went, a lot of stuff, oh, not a lot of stuff, but quite a bit of stuff got balanced around potentially having Gabora there. Discard a random other card. Sure. Which again sucks, because the one thing I will lament is I kind of wish that I was better enough so I could actually do some funny meme stuff to have gotten the ability to do things like not just use Gabora all the time. But it is what it is. It works, yeah, but on the other hand, I would have liked to have done more things other than Gabora O'Clock, starring Gabora and the Gabora Gang. Like, Tip gets entirely screwed because of the presence of the Red Mist. Other than the fact that he's with his waifu? Couldn't tell you. Actually, no, he has admitted that, no, it's not because it's waifuism, it's the fact he's a hardcore simp for Gabora. Dude, I wanted to give Gisette a try. That violin is...
Goodbye.
But yeah, no, Krios, if you want to know how Red Mist works, +2 power to everything, exclusive ego cards which she can drop, her entire deck revolves around if you do enough damage, the cost gets cheaper to use these cards. And then, every time she kills someone, she gains more power. Then she has abnormality cards, which you all throw on her, which give her power when she, say, loses health, or heals. Which all of her stuff is capable of life sustain once you get vampirism. It is the floor of berserking, and she's fresh awake. The face when he is Reverberation 7. Okay. Tempestuous Scythe. Largo. Largo. Allegro. Another thing that probably would have helped tone Gabora down a bit is if Gabora wasn't hard shackled to... If there was more stuff that was just hard shackled to that floor. Like, if she couldn't use certain cards, if certain, like, if her ego cards didn't affect her in Red Mist, though to be fair, that would also heavily fucking ruin Red Mist. Just other things that made it of... That makes the question of, why aren't I using this with the Red Mist? Don't let Rengar hear that I suggested nerfs. I should have light. Nope, I do not have light. To be fair, they didn't keep in mind infinite dice. They could just... If they wanted to keep the same effect, yet not just have it where red mist destroys everything, does not work on infinite dice or something like that. I also haven't really been focusing her at all. But with Pluto dead here... Aye, there are trails of blue. Mass attack Donza. Hopefully this works out how I'm thinking it will. Probably won't. No resonance under the belt. That works. As I make a mistake. Wow, okay. Credit where credit is due, I guess. Yeah, he wasn't surviving. No light, but still, I'm wondering why a lot of those intercepts didn't happen. Well, there's another mass. Nine power, baby. Oh god. Gabora's almost knocked out of stance. Not enough yeah, you're fucked. You are absolutely fucked. There is nothing you can do to save your ass. You did your duty. You held the line standing. That's all we needed of you. You did indeed, Mr. Rolando. Oh, there's two mass attacks. That's fucking rude. I actually haven't played Wonderful 101, so... Just too bad you don't get to play with those egos, except for maybe this last fight. Which is probably him gonna be the smoke beast or something. What, people being bitchy about the ending? Oof, not enough counter dice, and I nearly lose all the fucking bits that I just got from that. Well, shit. Gabora's gonna be on her own for the last part of this. She'll be fine. Oh, fuck. We might have a problem here. That's a check she can't bank. She is not shelled. But she is endurant. So I think she'll live? Oh, is that is a summation, that's fine. Yeah, we're probably good. Certified Gabora moment, baby! But she's so overpowered, it's fine. Wait, why is he not dying? Hi, Roland. Hijacking the final fight.
이래서는 안 돼. 내가 남아있어서는.
How? No, this can't be. I'm not supposed to remain. Oh, Angela! Good to see you again after so long. Guess you had to return to a mechanical body, huh? Your face is all pale again. Roland, what have you done? You almost evaporated on the last day, so I pulled you out of the pillars of light. Fucking hell, Roland. At least it was 6 days this time instead of 3. We're doing twice as well this time. Just quick sec, I'm still not done dealing with that persistent sicko over there.
그런 짓을 하면 안 돼.
You should not have done that.
이래서는 모든 걸 완전하게
I won't be able to revert everything completely this way. Oh, for naught. That was my one last chance. Should have behaved like the lunatic you always were until the very end. This is what you get for going out of character and squealing like an amateur. This is hideous. I wanted my end to be an elegant one at least. I'll send my dear sister your regards, brother-in-law. Drop dead already.
guess that wraps things up.
이제 어쩔 거야?
What are you gonna do now? It's kind of also interesting that we actually can see the full extent of the library and the stairs up here now. It's not being blinded with like light everywhere. What to do?
할까?
역시 몸은
Looks like your body did turn back into a machine.
그래.
Yeah, well, it's nice to be able to forget the things I should forget, if only for a brief while.
도서관에서
You said the people who turned into books in the library are gonna come back, right? Well, he's not a servant anymore.
근데 지금까지
So far, the only ones to revive are the Blue Sicko and his cronies.
수밖에 없었어.
긴 꿈에서
They'll regain consciousness to find themselves lying somewhere in the city, as if waking up from a long slumber.
네가 마지막에 그르치지만
There wouldn't have been any uncertainty had you not intervened at the last moment.
덕분에
Thanks to you, I have no idea when or where the people will reawake. So they're still coming back anyway, yeah? That's a relief. I had a feeling this would work out.
왠지 그럴 것 같았거든.
확실하지도
Why
않은
did you do such a thing if you weren't even certain?
나를 위해
Doesn't hurt to do something I actually want for the sake of myself.
나도
I got sick of weighing profits my whole life.
또 뭔가를
You
숨기고
still have something you're hiding from me, don't you?
내가
The Purple Terror told me one thing before I made the jump here.
해준 말이 있어. 마지막만큼은
When you get in there, it'll be nice in several ways to do what you want without letting anything hold you back at the end, kid.
빛 속에서 사라지는
Seeing you
너를
slowly vanish into light, her words hit me.
말이 스쳐 지나가더라.
모든 걸다
Sounds
알고
as if she anticipated everything.
도서관으로 올 수 있었던
Was it
건
by the Purple Tear's assistance that you could intrude into the library?
맞아.
Yep, you read in her book that she can jump between dimensions or whatever, yeah? I was honestly doubtful about her whole deal, but I eventually decided to get some help from her.
결국 도움을 좀 받았지. 그리고
And here, you dropped this.
이거 흘렸더라.
그 종이네.
It's the list of wishes I wrote.
하지만 이런
I don't think I can accomplish half the things written here with a
절대로
body
안
like
되는
this,
것
though.
같은데.
뭐
Well, that's something we gotta start figuring out from now on.
단 하나의 답이
There probably won't be one absolute answer or whatever.
별과 같이
There are as many people as there are stars out there, all entwined with one another.
사람마다
Every one of them has a different story, a different answer to tell. And I guess that's it. That seems a little abrupt out of nowhere, but that's it. Credits are supposed to be later pre-hotfix. Oh. Oh boy. Wait, they took out some ending clips? Son of a bitch. And they removed... That's where Title 2 was supposed to be. Son of a bitch. Now I'm angry at people who are angry at the ending because they removed the good ending to appease them. Son of a bitch. I wanted to hear some fucking Title 2. That upsets me. I might be dipping a little, but it doesn't look like it. Why am I not surprised? It's the fucking Chinese. Well, I guess if I'm lagging for a moment, I'll let Twitch fix its bullshit.
Nah, because I'm actually starting to see the stutter on myself. Which is annoying. Nah, I'm seeing some stutter, so I'm gonna let that play out for a minute. We're stable. Vroom.
준비는 다 됐어?
Are you all set up now?
거의
Almost there.
그나저나 이 도서관.
By the by, I thought this library filled the bits for the most part, but it looks like its power is still here, right?
밖에서 분명 호시탐탐 이곳을
There's got to be a whole horde of people watching for the chance to raid this place out there, but no one has broken in so far.
조용한 걸 보면 말이야.
나도 그 점은
I find that peculiar as well.
엔젤라, 그 이유는
Oh fuck.
도서관이 네 자아의 껍데기.
Oh fuck. I know what those clothes are. I know who the guy who looks like he's juicing in the back is. Are we fighting Agents of the Head? Is that why people are mad? Do you lose to the Agents of the Head? That, Angela, is because this library is the shell of your mind and consciousness.
에고라스란
Or ego, as you call it.
누구보다 인간만이 할 수 있는
It's the consequence of making a decision that only a human could make.
그리고 누구보다
One that couldn't be further from what a resident of the city would choose.
그런 결과지.
언제부터 있었지?
How long have you been here?
머리에서 온 건가?
A visitor from the head, huh? The eye and the claw, too.
거기서 손가락
Keep perfectly still or you'll be torn apart.
찢긴다. 명심하도록.
Remember, even you of all city folk could be ripped to shreds in your current state.
찢어발겨줄 수 있으니.
진짜.
Damn.
너희끼리 이야기를
You may have concluded that you may have concluded your own little tales, but the distortion still continues to grave its mark on the city.
새로운 세계.
That new colors permeated the city much too profoundly.
그래서
So now the head is going to hold us accountable for the phenomenon. Is that it?
이미 뒤틀림에
No one could be held responsible for the distortion at this point.
되었단다.
Also, holy shit, she's smug.
가슴 아픈 점은
It breaks my heart to think that it might shift the ecology of the city we had cultivated with care.
바뀔 가능성이 있다는 거겠지.
그렇다면
If so, what brings an agent of the head here? And why so late?
너와 도서
We're here to expel you, your library, and this nest as a whole.
도시에서 축출하고자 왔단다.
What?
덤으로 이곳에
And retrieve a certain degraded colleague of ours. Okay, so the first part, you know, the first part, most people would be like, whatever. Second part, we came back to take Bina. Everyone immediately drops their shit and goes, okay, time to die.
응시자, 구역
Beholder,
축출 준비는?
is the territory expulsion procedure prime? Are we being nuked?
언제라도
It's ready to go anytime.
그 뜻은
You mean
이곳을 포함해
the entirety of
모든
Elcorp's nest,
지점은
including this place, will be driven out and relocated to the outskirts. Okay, no, it's not a nuke. It's just teleportation. That can encapsulate at least a few million people all at once. What? Okay.
도서관은 힘이
The library's already
없이
become an
있습니다.
impurity of the city.
더는
We couldn't stand by any longer.
도서관이
Are you so disturbed by its powers?
아니란다.
Not quite.
엔젤라,
The sole reason is you, Angela.
인간이 아닌
The entity that isn't human entertained thoughts that only a human should have.
기계야.
You poor machine. No matter how you contemplate and enrich your mind, you cannot become human if you aren't born as one.
될 수 없단다.
When I thought you might turn into a human at the end, you let go of all you had in that critical moment. Had you fully become a human at the culmination of the ordeal, the city would have been more willing to accept you. Alas, I don't care if I have to stay as a machine. A machine with a heart has no place in this city. You cannot break free from your origin which defines you. Why does that matter? I'm the only one who has a say in defining my identity. I don't need a flimsy husk to do it for me. How contemptible that your line of thought is so dangerously close to what a human must aspire to reach. You're further demonstrating why we can't let you be. For someone who loves to preach humanity, you sure seem fine with letting distortions cause many a scene in your precious backyard, By all manner of means, distortions are one of the many aspects of humanity. Their existence is not wholly wrongful from our point of view. It was simply time for them to emerge. Are they not more bearable than a meager machine putting up the charade of being human? So do yourself a favor and throw away that crumpled piece of paper. You've done something so cute, so nervelessly. And what if we made you kick the bucket here? The expulsion will still take place as planned. It's inevitable. This matter goes beyond you and the library. L-Corp itself was a stain and a blemish to the head. No wonder it is. To trounce over L-Corp's singularity and its end goal, you dispatched an arbiter by the name of Bina. No, it was Garion, wasn't it? Regardless, it ended in utter failure, did it not? Garion did such a sloppy job dealing with it, and now the chasm has grown too wide. Angela, the machine with the mind of a human. The door mustn't be closed because something like you. If I'm understanding this right, you wish to put me to death and move the library to the outskirts along with the whole nest, is that correct? You've guessed right. I exist in this place as myself, standing on my own 2 feet with my own strength. I have no problem brushing off the bullshit you're spewing on my doorstep. And you sure are verbose company, just like Bina. You always add needless comments as if you just can't help it. Executioner. I thought the library ceased pretty much all of its functions? As that arbiter said, the library is my ego. In that case, I can perform such feats without breaking a sweat. Although this is only a temporary retreat, similar to how guests are greeted. We're finally receiving guests from the head itself, huh? I guess it'll be the last ones we get to greet from here. It seems they are. I don't have to stay in this nest anyway. Good for us. Saves us the trouble of packing stuff up to move. Oh god. Speed 3, Orlando, the Black Silence, Weariness. Starts battle with 50% less HP and combat pages are weakened. Well, shit. This fucking music. No. No, they don't. And Roland's kind of fucked up as is. Nice parry. Oh fuck, I've seen that before. I know what that does. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I remember that back from the days of fucking lobotomy. Jesus! Exhausted already? We've yet to even expand any real effort. Executioner. I'll finish them. Halt. Hi, Gabora! And people are having problems with this ending. This is basically just laying awesome over awesome. What the fuck? You've shown up at last. Have we met before? So that's why Angela asked me to hang in there. It was to wake you up, huh? What, you ain't pleased to see me coming to save your ass? I'm not complaining, ma'am. Don't worry about it. Just pull yourself together and get up. It's much too early to flop down, you know? Alright, thanks for coming. I was definitely not going to make it through this alone. It's a relief to have you. Can't guarantee that I'll power through this either. Well, we'll just have to try and stop them for as long as we can. Know that joining forces will not change the inevitable outcome of this. Nevertheless, your efforts certainly are a joy to witness. Truly and indeed. While I would not mind to spectate this situation from a distance, we must see to it that this place is dealt with thoroughly, so it'd be wise for me to participate. And this just got more troublesome. And she's coming as Red Mist. And some of her cards are already not nerfed, but already cooked. But she comes using her own deck, unfortunately. Line is unaffected by power loss or gain. Jesus. She hits hard. And I can't power gain that. Yeah, Gabora can't do much here, so just gotta do as best I can. Oh god, I lost a die? What the hell? Oh god, Roland's going back on the pain train again. Also, she brought Onrush, which isn't the greatest card, but it works out in the moment. And unfortunately, she rolled really low for that. We're going to Brazil again! Isolated, without a way out. Your state is nothing short of pitiful. You still managed to hold out for a greater deal of time than we anticipated. It's a shame that it must end this way. Now... And Bina! Again, people had issues with this ending? This is fucking hype, dude. It's indeed true that verbosity leaves you vulnerable. Garion. That is a name I have not heard in a long while. Although, I suppose that name is not for me anymore. Despite having received news of you, I didn't expect you to come out and greet us this late. What took you so long? I was simply watching you from afar for a moment. Really now, until we got all battered up. Look after yourselves before you blame me. The strife will have to resume soon enough. Not only did you fail to responsibly perform your duty, you have fallen asleep here and turned your back on us. How imprudent of you. However, I suppose we can call you to account later. We will tear down your grave and extract you before long. I can only pity you in your vain endeavor to seek an entity whose husk is all that remains. Executioner, be prepared. It will take place any minute now. I'll wait for a better opportunity. Wait, those are guns, right? Like, no, I don't want to great split that. Mook. That doesn't end up working out either. Spear. Lock that. About the best I can swing. Oh god. Oh wait, no, I was just doing on the wrong die the entire time. There we go. Old Boy's Workshop as Roland's just desperately trying to stay standing. That should do it. Wow, that actually worked. What the hell? What the fuck? The claw can parry? Okay, sure. Claw's getting pretty messed up, though. Like, he probably has, like, an infinite health bar or something because we can't see it. But we're giving him a hard time. Oh god, Gabor is staggered. What's up with this tremor? Looks like they're gonna press ahead with the plan. It's truly amazing that you managed to withstand for such a long time, especially when you seem so fragile that you might perish from a hair's more of force. Garion, as much as it's a shame that we failed to retrieve your once crumbled body, the end is nigh. This place will be expelled as planned. Prepare to be sent to the outskirts, a truly great distance from the city. Beget not fear, you are simply being relocated to where you belong. I only ask that you do not return. The city cannot leave room for beings such as you. For now, we shall kindly move you to the outskirts. But should you return to the city, we should consider it such that you have chosen to disregard our kindness. So mark my words well, and stay right where you rightfully belong. The expulsion of the nest will begin in 10, 9, 8. The air is being ejected without warning. Many lives are lost in the struggle to claim that land. How vain was every death.
외곽은 실제로 보니 더 황량하네.
The outskirts look much more barren than I'd imagined. What's that over there?
뭐 그렇지.
I guess that's how it is here, you know?
이제 어떻게
Now
해야
what to
해?
do?
계속 살아갈
I plan to live on, and I
그리고
plan to
바꿀
change.
거야.
바꾼다니?
Change what?
내 복수.
Well, my vengeance hasn't ceased entirely.
마음은
I'm still eager to see it through.
책도 계속
I mean, this
쓸
part's
거고,
colored right here, though.
운영도 다시 해볼 거야.
I'll continue to write books and reopen the library at some point. So this color is, I assume this part's the not the library, the city, but this color is, wait, but I thought they used the warp train. Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it? It's been a while.
물론
It likely won't resume immediately, though.
뭐?
Really?
대신 방향을 새로
Before anything else, I've decided to change course. From now on, I'll properly face who I should direct my anger at. Tragedy and suffering, not unlike what we went through, would keep happening on a daily basis in the city. Thus, if that's the case, I want to know why such pain are perpetrated. Why such pain is perpetrated. I don't think I'll ever be able to part with my resentment and wrath otherwise. Hey, Roland's suit's clean now. Oh yeah, like the whole tread wheel thing you mentioned. Word of advice as a former city folk, it won't be an easy road to take. You'd have no idea where to even start. If you ask me, it's as natural as water flowing. In a city full of humans, tragedy, violence, loss follow as a matter of course. I'm still going to give it a shot, even if the journey will be quite long. Of course, the library will be run different in the way of how it was run up to now. That's that, that is that, and this is this, and this is that. Angela, you bend my brain there for a moment. You're not allowed to twist that around. That is this, and this is that, huh? What about your list then? Since the circumstances have changed, I'll have to rethink my wishes. Sadly, I won't be able to taste that sick meat stew with this body. That's a huge shame. Putting that aside, isn't it time you let me in on your secret now? What do you mean? The biggest surprise you've had here. Oh, that. You somehow remembered it. I can remember anything, you know. This one's really personal. We have all the time in the world. I can wait years for your answer. Alright, fine. I actually wanted to write a book about what I'd seen of the city and its people. Though I gave up because I had no talent in writing whatsoever. My writing was just too crude. I couldn't show it to anyone. I'd love to give it a read. Laugh at me if you want. A grown man like me, getting all sentimental and wanting to write. I'd laugh at myself too. It's not laughable at all, though I do find it surprising. Don't tell the other librarians. This stays between you and me, alright? Keep it zipped. Alright. Shall we write a book together this time, Roland? It would be my honor, Miss Director. I mean, and this is what people didn't like? Hype-ass fight. Satisfying conclusion. Oh, fuck. We should have just punked fucking head. Like, we should have just made them our bitches. Like, there you go. That right there, friend. Fuck. Like, that is an extremely satisfying conclusion. This is... What the fuck? People complained about this. Yeah, I'd really like to know what they didn't like, because the only thing I can guess is that at the last fight with the head... I mean, I think it's fine as is, like... We did all the difficult fights. We hit the major story beats. We basically put an end to things. There didn't need to be a big fight at the end. It was certainly hype, I'll give you that. We got to fight the head. Or a piece of the head, who are supposed to be, you know, the eldritch beings of the city.
Apparently, so it flows better or something. Mm. Well, to be fair, we never saw the results of the 3 days of light that were beforehand. We just know what happened, that it stopped. We saw the effects in this game. Yeah, no, if it was a fight you were supposed to be able to win, they would have prepared you for it. As it stands, it's basically the final moments. One last draw.
틀렸어.
Wrong.
그게
Try
아니잖아.
again. You should know that's not the right way to address me, don't you?
나야 좋지.
Sounds good to me, Angela. Acquired rewards for the reception of the Black Silence and the Reverberation Ensemble. So many mass attacks. Holy shit. Unity. For this scene, all other allies using a Unity page gain +1 power for all dice. All other allies using Unity gain a slash die, gain a block die. Oswald mass attack. Summation on hit 1 to 50. Usable on every third scene. This page is exhausted and on use and returns to hand after 4 scenes. 1 to 50. That is super unreliable as fuck. But it's Oswald, so it's fitting. And it will play the old credits. Damn it. Okay, so let's take a look at the real ending. Like, what they intended. Because, to put it bluntly, this sucks. Fuck you, review bombers. New game, nope. Ah, this is where you can fight the head. Okay, let me just get a browser up thing. Just know it's hype. It's hype, Adderlion.
곧 둥지의 축출을 시작합니다.
There we go.
마음은 아직 여전해.
Yeah, so it looks like this part's still the same.
책도 계속 쓸 거고.
내게는 말하지 마. 님?
였어. 그게 아니잖아.
나야 좋지. 엔젤라.
This is, again, infinitely more hype. I remember when I heard this for the first time and said, I'm gonna make this, like, my theme for the next couple of months, because this music was fucking hype. People hated this ending for some dumb reason. They're a bunch of stupid heads, and they just bitch a lot. Oh look! See, look at that! That's great! Rolling gets drunk with nets! And even Gabora gets in on the beering. Yeah, like, look, Gabora's drunk. Ooh, even, fucking Angela getting on that. Ah. Nice. Hawkma. Good old Grandpa Hawkma. Ah, yes. Sophistication in tea. How the hell do I read? Angela studying some religion. I hope it reintegrates them, because these are great. The Hum Hum Pung Pung crew. Bless them. The book librarian Star City and you. But yeah, Theme 2, I was like, when is Theme 2 going to play? This is what got me hyped for Ruina while I was playing Lobotomy. Yeah. Even though the star we call the library has fallen, the phenomenon of the distortion is still ongoing. It's time we establish a new association, as someone pointed out. You mean an association to take charge of the distortions exclusively, as countless suggestions have asked for. The Purple Tear has been submitting a mound of documents as if she's been waiting for this moment. She was the one who said to be capable of walking between multiple dimensions due to the influence of a singularity. Perhaps she walked into the borders of the beyond. It seems she's still seeing further ahead than anyone else, yet she won't look back at herself. An association of fixers specifically dealing with the distortions, is it? Knock knock, there's plenty of demand, you know? No need to scratch your heads weighing the gains. Some wings have already begun to make a move. Offices focusing on the distortions are a moneymaker on the rise. Better be the first to take grip of the market. Besides, the distortion phenomenon is starting to take a new turn ever since the library case. You guys have heard about the tower that magically shown itself in the outskirts, right? You're still as rude as ever. Don't you know how to knock properly? Sheesh, it's not like I didn't. You are correct. We did receive reports of the tower-like structure which has appeared in the outskirts. But apparently it would have disappeared like a mirage once they tried to approach it. Yeah, that. It's probably the new library. Though it looks like it's operating in a different way now. Pressuring us won't allow you to skip the standard procedures, Purple Tear. You even have the authority to suggest that you'll be in charge of organizing the association alone. To deal with the abnormalities born of the twists and distorting humans, you want specialized gear. The distinct equipment of L-Corp had dubbed the distinct equipment L-Corp had dubbed Ego is the most appropriate for the job. The thing about ego, though, it's not that any person can handle it. We need those who meet the qualifications. You mean the so-called egoists, according to your documents. Yuppers, you know I've got a sharp eye for people. It wouldn't hurt to let me take charge. We should take the initiative in shaping the system our way. Right now, the public's ideas are all over the place, as is evident with terms like distortions, abnormalities, even plain creatures being thrown around. The first to define the concepts and terms will gain the upper hand in the game of control. You know that better than anyone. We'll consider your proposal with an open mind. Alright then, I'll be expecting good news from you, okay? Yeah, that was perfectly fine as an ending. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I get it. I can understand why some people may not be happy about the whole cliffhanger. But lobotomy ended the same way to get into Ruina. It's very clear with how they write this that... Oh yeah, that's right. Fucking hell, China. But it's very clear with how the world is written that everything is happening at once. It's like, stories are happening. I can understand why some people might not be happy, but I'm looking at this kind of in the... I'm coming at this at the perspective how they set up lobotomy and how they have all these events happening in the background. This game was there to establish the universe of, essentially, the city. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that there are still lingering answers. That's not what this game is there to resolve. If everything was wrapped up in a neat little bow, they'd have to come up with new reasons. And that's just not how the city works. Angela came the closest to defying the system, and the head took action. So, like... it's going to take far more effort from more people, is how the city changes, to change the fundamental nature of the city. Until more people in the universe change the city, you can't win. The head will stop you. And I think it's perfectly fine that how things ended. It was a hype as hell ending, tied off the conclusion with the library, and the library saga is, well, done. I totally understand why Keter being unfinished is like, yeah, no, that's a bit of a sour spot, but that's being finished up. So, there's definitely problems, not gonna deny that, but death threats? Yeah, looking at this story-wise, like, what the fuck, China? To be fair, I don't see Carmen being resolved because, well, she is fundamentally behind the distortions. Until the distortions are dealt with, Carmen isn't dying. Angela resolved her tie, kind of resolved her ties with Carmen, which, again, understandable there. She resolved her ties to Carmen, kind of, but Carmen is still going to be a force in the universe. She is the inciting incident for Lobotomy Corp. Ian essentially made Carmen immortal and into an eldritch being to bring forth the distortions. So, thanks, Ian. So actually, does the post-battle stuff...
한치밖에 못 보는 아둔한 이기주의.
So I'm gonna just flip through this really quick.
주변에
So what happens if Angela was to do the naughty thing?
여기가 끝이야, 롤라.
This is the end of the line, Roland.
이것도
I suppose this is another
내가
sorrow I
이겨내야
must
다
overcome.
풀리겠지.
Yup. We all just have to look at our own agonies and nothing else. Also nice, no Roland voice clip.
축하해, 안젤라.
Congrats. Angela?
Well, she's crying. That's... crying.
고마워.
Thank you so much.
나는
I'll move
다음으로
onwards
나아갈
towards the next stage of my life.
네가 우는
Hey.
모습도
Seeing you cry is a rare enough sight.
나는 모든 고통을
Holding such
이곳까지
misery,
왔다.
I've made it to this point at last.
눈물을 흘릴 수
With
있는
eyes that can shed tears, I shall laugh as I watch the city cry.
책은 나에게
That book
많은
taught me
방법을
many
알려줬다.
things.
환상체를
The way to give
심지어
abnormalities physical
도서관에서
form,
해방하는 방법.
to set them free.
세피라의 몸을
The way to liberate the
완전히
Sephiroth by
인간으로
bestowing
만들어
holy
자유롭게
human
하는
bodies upon them.
로보토미
The way to
직원들의
restore the
의식과
consciousness and flesh of all employees of Lobotomy Corporation.
도시에서
The way to
사람을
obtain the
희롱하는
strength I need to live on in the city.
너희도 이제 책으로 돌아가면 되는
It is time you accepted your fates and returned to books.
도서관 안에서
You know better than anyone
나에게
that it's
말씀해
pointless
주실
to
일이
oppose me in the
없다는
library,
누구보다
don't
너희가
you?
잘 알잖아?
말쿠트
Malkuth,
내
Nizach, Yasad, they're all dead.
모두 죽었어.
역시
So this is your final choice, huh?
네 마지막 선택은 이거군.
참으로 뻔뻔해.
What a shameless person you are, Angela.
진작에 이래야 했던 걸지도
Maybe this
몰라.
is what I should have done sooner.
괜히 너희와
It was silly of me to make a deal with you.
그날 제안 따위
I wouldn't have had to feel this heartache had I not made the offer that day and lived by myself.
제멋대로 되살리고
You take the liberty of giving us life,
부여하되
only to bring us death again.
참으로
You're
어리석고
truly unwise.
더불어
Furthermore, you're regretting your own decisions.
하고
내 일을 막으려 했으니
You tried to interrupt
당연한
me,
거야.
so I did what I had to do.
너희가 얻은 몸과
After all, you chose to stand
직접
against me
선택한
with the
결과니까.
flesh and freedom you've gained.
내가 너희를 죽이기 전에
You could have walked away and disappeared from my sight,
어디론가 사라졌다면
and I
됐을
wouldn't have
텐데.
harmed you.
너도 마찬가지야.
It's amusing that you should mention that.
그토록 원한
You have earned a
인간의
human
몸과
body and the
자유로웠으니
freedom which you sought for so earnestly.
도서관에서
You'll not take a
한쪽은
single step
나가지
onto the
않게.
soil outside the library.
사람의 마음이란
It's
그런
how
마음이 있어.
fickle the human mind can be. Wouldn't you agree?
네 말이 맞단다.
Indeed, you are right.
함께
Let us dance our
마지막
last
춤을
dance
추도록 하자.
together.
이번에야말로
I want this to be your final and permanent slumber.
아인,
Ian,
당신의 꿈은
your dream will plummet
내
to the
미리 땅으로
ground.
곤두박질 칠
I
거야.
bet everything on it.
내 모든 걸 걸었으니까. 모든 걸
To stake
건다는
everything means to devote
것,
all
모든
that
걸
I
바쳐야
have.
한다는 것. 왜 그토록
Why did I yearn
인간의
for a
몸을
human body
원했을까?
so strongly?
복수에 있어
It's only a burden for my
오래
vengeance.
난 둥지를
I am a
들어
librarian,
도시의 몰락을 바라볼
one who
뿐.
watches the fall of the city from the ivory nest I erected.
도시의 모든 지식과
It will grow
생명을
into a
주었으니
library that devours all the
도서관이
knowledge
되어라.
and life of the city.
도서관은 도시
The
남부
library
지역을
encroached on the southern quarter of the city.
도서관의
No
법률은
one could dare stop
누구도
its violent
반박할 수
growth.
없었다. 끊임없이
It
사람들을
ceaselessly
죽이며
killed people, enriching the spire of knowledge
지식의
without
살을
falter.
띄웠다. 그 어느 별보다
It shines over the city,
도시를 밝게
brighter
비춘다.
than any other star.
13년간
For 13 years, the
도서관은
library enshrouded
도시를
the city.
감쌌다. 이런 위험한 괴물을 모아
That was one grand job you did with all these dangerous monsters you've gathered, Miss Librarian of Death.
수고했어.
Good work.
괴물은 괴물.
A monster should behave as one.
저는 아무것도
I
모르고
trusted and followed you, knowing nothing. Yeah, she looks like the pale librarian again from when she ended lobotomy.
네 동료는
How many colleagues of yours, the so-called book hunters, have you killed?
셀수 없이
I've lost count,
앞으로도
and countless more people will die in the future. I know humans. I learned the secrets of mankind that the city had been hiding from them.
그렇겠죠.
I'm sure you do,
그리고 전
and I know you.
수고하셨어요.
Thank you for all your hard work.
부디
Please, die once and for all.
잠들게 해줘서
Thank you for putting me to rest, O child who had no name.
아무리 밝게
Even the brightest star fades someday.
다른 별과
It will
같이
eventually be felled by man,
언젠가
just like any other star.
오늘 밤에
As tonight, again,
별이 바람에
the stars are
쏟아지듯이
brushed by the wind.
그래. 그냥 그렇게 어떻게 먼저 끊어낼 수 있는 거야?
And what if Roland can't... What if Roland can't get over himself? What if he can't forgive?
끊을 수 없는 거야.
You can't just put
엔젤라.
an end to it, Angela.
진짜 멋대로
It's not something you can decide on your own like this. Angela,
엔젤라.
the reason I give you a painless death, as opposed to my initial plan,
친구로서
well, let's call it a last bit of consideration for you. As my friend. Alright?
모두 끝났어.
It's all over, Angelica.
엔젤라의 목이 바닥에
As
떨어져
Angela's head toppled to the floor,
도서관도 무너져.
the library crumbled with her.
도시의 한가운데
A solitary man stands in the middle of the city.
그리고 그 앞에
Next to him was a machine soaked in red.
기계만 있을 뿐이다. 도서관은
The
그렇게
library vanished as if it were an illusion all along.
그 사람도
And the man disappeared into the
도시
city
속으로
once again.
진실을 감췄다.
To be fair, the ensemble only comes back if Angela is able to start cooking off light. Roland, Angela's basically showing her back and saying, I trust you. And Roland, in that moment, has to decide whether or not he forgives her or not. You can't really space that one out, unfortunately. If the Distortion Ensemble didn't get turned into books immediately, then that would work. But they do, so they can't just do that.
그 소식 들었어? 대장이 다시 복귀한다고.
Did you hear the news? Our big man's returned. Roland, really? After all those years of creating mayhem. Thought he quietly wound up 6 feet under or something.
곧 해질 거다.
He'll be dead sooner or later. He's done too many things for him to handle the consequences.
그래서
So,
어떻게
how's he doing these days?
예전 일도 있으니
Maybe I'll go pay him a visit for old time's sake.
붙여볼까?
매일 술 가야겠지.
Heard he spends each day drowned in drugs and alcohol, taking filthy jobs like he's possessed or something. That fool's changed too much. He's not worth seeing. I bet he'll disappear again soon enough.
또다시 사라지겠지.
바뀌지 않는 사람은
Few people can go on without changing. I mean, just look at us.
한 사람이
A man drifts down the gutter.
떠밀려온다. 그 남자의
Numerous weapons dig into the man's back.
얼굴 모르는
A
자,
club that belonged to a stranger.
원수였던
A limb that belonged to a nemesis.
동료의
A dagger that belonged to a colleague.
친구였던
A lance that belonged to a friend.
등에 꽂힌
These
수많은
countless instruments of harm are the karma
그
he
사람을
bore.
짊어져온 업이다. 나는 알고
I know that on the day of my final agony,
죽음의 자리에 드는 날에도 넌 내
you will be
마음속에
there,
깊이
lying in my sheets, O sorrow,
나와 함께
so you may once again attempt to enter my heart.
말했잖아, 롤라.
What did I tell you, Roland?
넌
You've killed too many.
이 정도로
I warned you that if you relish murdering so much, you'll lose yourself.
그 사람은
Just like that, the man sank into oblivion
미쳤다.
in black silence. And that's it. All that's left is books. Let's cap off the last of the lore of the city. Each association has a creed or maxim that reflects its atmosphere. Some emphasize gallant passion, while others aspire to a quiet and cold attitude. The Hana Association is no exception, is that it has a number of outwardly seen principles. Oh, after Star of the City is Impuritas Civalitas. Number of outwardly seen principles. Coincidentally, they must represent the most basic ideas of an attitude a fixer must have. We must exercise concentration and resoluteness in all situations. Be diligent not to detect the emergence of a new flow, yet be wary not to be swept by the flow yourself. As our occupation involves placing some on low positions and holding others in high regard, we must secure values that constitute our frame, while amending outdated parts of our ideologies. Thus, we must have an open mind that can accept opinions that differ from our own in moderation. Be willing to listen to the criticism of others and acknowledge it. Be curious not to throw yourself into confusion by accepting any and all opinions. Changing yourself with due consideration. Change what needs to be changed, but be stubborn about the rules we've maintained. In conclusion, we mustn't fall for temptation or deception. Much like how a foundation influences the structures that stand on it, these principles serve as a basis for all associations to uphold. Being the association that supervises the system of fixers in general, the principles of the Hana are also applicable to the mindset any fixer should have. There are 12 fixer associations across the city, and the Hana Association is the one in charge of general management of the rest. We're renowned for rating the threat level of hazards that occur in the city, and by grading fixers and offices. On top of that, we give out fixer licenses, issue official documents regarding certain requests, and assign colors to fixers who prove themselves to be beyond the grading system. Our association calls the shots on pretty much everything regarding fixer activity, although there's one thing the Hana Association can't touch on. The ratings of hazards in the city are as follows: Urban Myth, Urban Legend, Urban Plague, Urban Nightmare, Star of the City, and Impurity. Most other associations only deal with stars of the city or lower, even though the Hana Association has control over grading the hazards. There's one grade our association can assign, the Impurity. Only the head has the authority to decide that. I don't know what the exact rationale behind designing impurities. From what I see, they seem to declare beings that defile the city as impurities and banish them to the outskirts. I suppose the head manages that part, since things like the ethics of the city aren't subjects we're qualified to discern. Some people ask how stars of the city, the highest level of urban hazards, are any different from impurities. They wonder, aren't they disrupting the city's order? If you ask me, the city as it exists with the stars might be what the head thinks is the ideal image of the city. In the universe that is the city, a center of mass forms for each person who bears a wish for something, and clusters of dreams comparable to interstellar matter gravitate towards those centers. Driven by the force people exert in their efforts to reach those goals, such nebulae repeatedly expand and contract until they finally fulfill their wishes, creating a star whose glow we can observe. The people who witness the sparkle of that star admire how brilliantly it shines in the dark, and entertain the hope that they will shine as brightly one day, making yet more centers in the universe. Of course, some people have their eyes fixed on the ground, too busy to gaze at anything other than their path ahead. However, once a person sets their eyes on a star, they begin to head towards it, using its guidance like a compass. Although they probably aren't trying to become a star themselves, they merely want to shine with their dreams for once, not to indulge in the sense of superiority that comes from being high up the city's sky. Roland and I were longtime partners in Charles's office since the year dot. There were 12 members in total, including Angelica, who joined the office later to resolve the case of the Blood Red Knight.
Consisting of rather few fixers for a Grade 1 office, it took on various requests, playing to the strengths of the 12 members who had different quirks and characteristics each. Roland and I got along well together, so I often worked with him. Well, not exactly for that reason, to be precise. Someone had to keep his impulse to jump into action before thinking on a dog's leash. Valor without forethought is little more than a bluff, and there is more strength in discretion than recklessness. I wonder if you remember this piece of advice I gave you when you were still prone to taking action without thinking. I remember you conceding it and taking a step back, though I gave you that advice. Now that I understand, it's not without fault. Thinking alone doesn't make progress, and too much caution can be a harm to oneself. I had the prudence, and you had the unhesitating action. We helped each other with our strengths, and we could live on by dealing with matters at hand back in the day. Maybe those were the days we could laugh and lament the most, and carry out our lives just like that. But now we've come too far to go back. So did you. So did Charles's office. When I heard the news and rushed to the scene, only a hideous musician who had concluded his performance and permanently shut the piano's lid with his torso awaited me. For the first time, emotions I couldn't understand welled up inside me. It's hard to define what they were, even now. It felt as if a deep Trebonius stains were seeping out of my heart. Alas, I didn't shed tears before the piano where your body rested, for I soon realized you were no longer there. That's right, you are the gentle breeze that brushes past my face, and the clouds that fly in the sky, which give me the heat of your presence from overhead or underfoot. I thought you had left me, but you'd always come back. That's why I no longer care about the skin and flesh you only wore momentarily. Angelica. I'll follow after the name you gave me. Umberto. You used to call me that down in those horrible underground chambers. I'll create a new world, one where people can live bountiful lives even if they have nothing, free from obsession or greed. When we lose the fixation on our bodies, we won't be afraid of death anymore. No rest will be eternal. How much longer must I walk until I reach an end? How tightly must I close my eyes, cover my ears, and zip my mouth to keep what's around me safe before I can feel a semblance of happiness that won't leave me? I thought I had to overcome this pain and rise above it to become a tougher man. That way I won't lose those that are close to me. However, a human is fragile by nature. If one is too weak, they would crumble, and if one is too hardy, they would snap. I realize there is little I can do to calm the disorder of this world. How can I live on without falling to despair then? A mind that is willing to let go of things that were destined to leave at some point. A mind that is content to have nothing. I feel it's important to refrain from thinking that anything is in my possession. I followed your troop in order to find a way to be happy, but what good did it do for me? Staying with you only exacerbated my suffering, defeating the whole purpose of joining you in the first place. I do want to add that you were not at fault here, though. I was the one who tormented myself. Had I known what I know back in the past, would that have lessened the pain or changed anything? No, I don't blame myself for the choice in that moment. Even the failures and misery of the past were all part of the voids leading up to this moment. So I'm thankful I managed to achieve something for once. I might have drowned in my own tears and sorrow back then, but ultimately I'm grateful for the choice I made, and for all things in the world. Where you live, there is nothing that can be achieved with your own will. A flow that we cannot go against dictates us. What we call gears are simply there to show the flow. You cannot see it with your eyes. Nobody knows who created this massive current, or why we must follow it. This flow never leads us to bad places, however. Rather, thinking in such a place exists is an act of defiance in itself. We merely watched events unfold as bystanders. You walk along a path, but was it you who laid the path there? You didn't teach yourself to lift your legs and propel you forward. They simply moved. Furthermore, the decision to walk wasn't our own, either. Still, too many things believe that they moved their legs out of their own volition. It's a shame to see them struggle to escape the flow, for they're only straying away from salvation. It's an era where humans are dominated by the act of consumption. When you're hungry, you get annoyed, and when starvation touches your raw nerve, you turn violent. That's how humans are, and people who ate the same food will naturally grow similar. So the high and mighty beings that want to rule over you demand that you eat the correct stuff. When something's correct, there's gotta be something that's incorrect. Incorrect food. It's gotta mean humans eating humans, don't you think? Why do you think people Why do you think that eating is natural, but then draw the line at eating their fellow man? Who decided it's so, and why? Is it because human life is precious? That's a flawed statement. What makes the lives of animals less precious? We're not about to go down a boring philosophical riddle about the weight of life now. If humans clearly have more value than animals because we're apex predators, then there shouldn't be any problem with the pack of humans that rise above the rest and prey on others. We got two options. First, don't eat anything. Hey, I'm not suggesting that we all starve to death. Your body is taught to eat. So what if you change the habit? Maybe instead of food, your empty innards could be filled with the possibilities of some other kind. If you ain't a fan of that, then there's a second option. Eat anything. Just trace at the smell of blood and stuff what you find in your mouth as soon as your brain tells you to. Let us go on an adventure, a world that changes with every step. The me that changes after each step I take. My eyes dazzled by colorful light. I pursue pleasures I don't have. Don't scold us because you can't understand our pursuit. You just happen to be one of many who feel joy from common things. We, on the other hand, don't see any colors in those. You are the ones drenched in nasty pleasures. We're simply looking for what we lack, but complete satisfaction will never come. It'll only sink deeper in raging thirst. We'll spend our days in yet grander debauchery. We're happy though. We can wet ourselves in new colors every day, unlike the rest of you. People have hopes and dreams. I want to eat 3 bosoms of flowers. I want to be a swifty nitty thrifty kitty. I want to earn a fortune. And they add, maybe I'll find delicious flowers someday. Maybe I'll get fat stacks of cash in my paws someday. Maybe I'll be showered in the loudest applause someday. Someday, someday, someday. That dastardly someday won't just stop popping up. But to have a hope, you've got to prepare incense to offer those wishful prayers upon. A world where one can't eat flowers. A reminder that you're a sluggish turtle right now. The beggarly reality, setting the stage for a performance we call hope. Thus and therefore, people have the wrong idea about how to have hopes. If they believe that hopes will come true someday, they'll just keep parroting that contemptible word. The day will never actually come. Having expectations this way will only leave you with bitter anger. I'll change someday? That person will turn over a new leaf someday, if I count on them and wait. Nyah. Certain people entertain the hopes as they please, and then bite at each other when the changes they expected doesn't happen. Clans can give out smiles in a world full of mean, teary friends. We should all do stretches starting today. Abandon all expectation. Just keep a merry, positive attitude and laugh no matter what you see. Let's make a performance about what's already come true, not out of a supposed reality you hope for someday. I'm already on the stage, standing under the brightest spotlight ever. Fighting for survival is a natural thing. Even now, we're all in battle. There are more people born than folks dying of natural causes, and the living struggle in their own positions every day. Fighting to protect and avoid falling behind. Maybe it's all because there just aren't enough seats for the ever-growing populations of humans to take. Sure, extra jobs and stuff could be made in the future, but that's nothing more than a hopeful estimate that might not happen until it's too late for you. The world we live in right now is what matters. There's gotta be a way to weed out the unfit without straining all of us, and that's when strength plays its part. I don't get why you vilify this. Are we all doing the same thing, directly or not? We elbow our way past others so we can survive, and the losers are knocked out of the race. You're saying this is fair, but then no to physical conflicts, to respect life or whatevs? Then let me ask, what's the reason to respect life? Do you think you're respecting life right now? Wait, what? Why does Longsword outdamage Greatsword now? That's incredibly silly. Had I been busy with an urgent appointment, as any other tragic tale should go, your death wouldn't have felt so miserable. Yeah, I cried until my tears had run their course, and I would have been ready to send you off. It was an ordinary day, the sort of day where there were no meetings or gatherings to attend to after I came home from work. Your body was crushed beyond recognition. I couldn't have noticed on my own that it wasn't a random chunk of flesh. They put your remains in a stasis box and sent it to me. It was their gesture of condolence. I'd have refused to believe it was you if it weren't for the clothes. I spent hours sitting there in numb silence, vacantly staring at a lump I couldn't even dare to hug. A stuffed doll you were carrying, now next to the box, caught my eye. Even though it was shredded and soaked in blood, the cotton filling was still clustered together, as if it remembered the volume of the doll. It seemed some cotton remained even after the roller crumpled all the other fabric. Then, for reasons unknown, I brought the other dolls out of your room and cut them up with a pair of scissors. I don't know what possessed me to cut them into pieces of fabric. There weren't even enough to fully cover the doll, so I scraped together the pieces of clothing to sew it back up, with the same gentle hands that made your doll the first time. The outcome was creepier than it used to be, but it was the same doll I remembered nonetheless. The appearance didn't matter. Maybe, just maybe, the same could be said for you. I gazed at the box where you, my son, rested for what would no longer be an eternity. My two hands were once so busy it was a bother. They had paused for the time, but now they are about to move again. Just for you. Yeah, you see, shit like that makes me kind of cringe a bit, because I like Longsword because it's that fast, rapid attacking style that lets me dodge, duke, and parry. But now that I do everything better than everyone else, apparently, now I'm just, like, in polite company, I'm just gonna be looked at funny, like, oh, you're being a tryharder, or you're just being a weeb. I just like Longsword for being Longsword. I don't want to be called a try-hard fucking weeb. This is this and that's that, though. Anyway, blood fiends. The beings said to have been punished with never-ending thirst for the sin of lusting after human blood. That's what your kind called us, condemning us out of fear. I was afraid as well when I faced them for the first time in the mansion where everything began. Violent beings who drank the blood of fellow humans. A growing feeling of unease about the possibility of being their next target. People in the mansion who were terrified of those who became monsters. Even though they were humans like us, they were outside of what we thought is the norm. In hindsight, though, such a silly thing to do. What is the illusion of normalcy that we feared for and fought for so strongly? Let's say that every human on the planet except for one turned into blood fiends, and that the single person remaining left is normal, as they say. In that case, what would normalcy be like there then? How must the lone human feel about being the monster among the creatures they dreaded? Should they fight to the last breath for the humanity they kept for so long? Perhaps that's become an obsolete ideology, one that's no longer worth keeping. What if rejecting the old idea and becoming a blood fiend opened up our potential for growth in numerous aspects? Your kind likes to claim that something out of the ordinary is something out of the ordinary. It's only different from what you've seen and experienced before, so you fear it and try to exclude it from your herd. But you see, there's no real justification for your kind to condemn us. The world is one massive aggregation of delusions. A world where individuals can shape their own reality as they see fit. Every person is susceptible to deception, for they have knowledge. For that reason, it's impossible for a pure being untainted by knowledge to see the world as we mistakenly observe it. In the same way, they cannot discern the end point of a line or tell between blue and red. A world devoid of wants. It would be unfit to call that place a world. In fact, to even call it a place would yet be another misconception among us knowing ones. The more one learns, the more delusions they invite. However, if most people observed the same place and felt the same sentiments, then it might not be our own delusion after all. Wouldn't you say so? For instance, take a look at the blue sky. The celestial dome is higher and farther than one can fathom, and blue as can be. Most people agree that the sky is tall and blue. Alas, those who think such are ultimately within your view. It's only natural they agree with you, as they're figments born out of your delusional mind. Indeed, the sly entity that prevents you from seeing the world in its sincerest form would be none other than yourself. Even the holy entity which you believe and which you devote yourself to is going to be a projection of your own self. So how can I trust anything that my eyes show me? Philosophical way to end things. But that's it. Show's over, lads. That is Library of Ruina. Good question. I don't know as of this current time. I'll figure out something, though. I've been sitting on this for a while, knowing that the end of that Ruina was ending. Oh yeah, Wonder Lab. I actually read Wonder Lab. Ended pretty damn well, too. Just a lot of good stories are happening in this universe, and I'm excited to see what happens next. Oh, yeah, actually, good call, actually, good call. So, Dragon Tamer. You're first, since you were the first of Keter. Good job carrying the early game. Sorry that the rest of the game kind of screws the shit out of Keter. But for as long as you were able to, you know, do your thing, good work, buddy. Hey, there's nothing wrong with a powerful early game. Exactly, you kept rolling in check. You were the command floor for a while. Lumi was also your companion in this regard. And to travel up the stairs, Alaktovo and Zeopozer took their place on the floor of history. Very much did good work, though I kind of admittedly used Yasad more than history, because history just kind of struggles to have a unified theme. But Malkuth is a Malcute, and they did their work. That teddy bear is awesome, too. Yasad was tied with Gabora for having a full floor. Brimcon, Carrier, and Ravi joined Yasad on the floor of technological sciences. Even though it's the Unga Bunga floor, they basically pulled the fast one and shot the shit out of people as they came on down. They had a very good run. Hod. Gotta send her off right. Everything's fine. No need to worry. Nah, I can just bring it up in like 5 seconds. Anyway, blood for the Blood Hod. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Look, I have PTSD on command. I love it. Despite the fact of blood for the Blood Hod, I just didn't really use Hod all that much, surprisingly. Used her a fair bit, though. The Nameless one is our Bong Bong of this run. He's great. Actually, she's great. I think? Looks feminine, yeah. Nicely done, Hod team. Nizach was joined by Krios and Satori. Poor Nizach. This is probably the floor I would have chilled on had I actually made a nugget for myself. Unfortunately, just Nets never got a real chance to do much. Which is sad, because I like him. Bless Nets. Still, good work Krios and Satori. Tippereth, also known as I am so sorry you got screwed by Gabora. I don't think I actually used like Tip once in regular combat, so I feel awful for the Tip folks. The problem is that by the time Tippereth comes online, she doesn't... At First Awakening, Everyone else has their stuff going, and Tip doesn't have anything. And by the time Tippereth gets online and gets her stuff online, this floor happens. So I'm sorry, Fireborn and Kinesis. At least you got to party out with Roland. Good fights, though. Gabora. Yeah, no shit. No fucking shit. I don't think I need to say anything. It's Gabora and her simps. Chesed. If there was a floor that got equally as screwed, if not screwed harder than Tip, it was Chesed. Because Chesed doesn't even get online before Gabora goes, unless you specifically rush for it. And that's an extremely specific path that's not easy to get. So, I'm sorry, Chesed floor. But still, good work, Glaven boss. I will say that Chesed's opening egos also are kind of meh. Harvest Boy sucks. The rest are good, though. Right? Imagine being able to enjoy the finest coffee and the essence of violin. Because seriously, like just said, it's just all violin all the time. It's fucking great. Bina. Actually nearly a surprisingly full floor. Bina's not bad, I just didn't really enjoy her deck. It just... You just... shoot. And the problem is that Pillar is awesome. Locking down people is awesome, that it seemed to hurt more than it helped a lot of the time. Bina just didn't really have a good unified... Her deck feels like here's a bunch of cool things thrown together and some fairy, rather than actually being a good deck. Still, lots of people were on Philosophy and they had the sickest clothes. And yes, Lameth, I put you in a custom outfit because you kind of were the paladin of the floor and I never got an answer from Lex. Hakma. Yeah, it's in theory OP, it just never really landed a good heavy chunk of it on people. Because by the time you want to use Fairy, they're powerful people who can, you know, bounce. Look, I was thinking about making that choke, but I wasn't going to. Hakma. Only Techno really took up this floor, which is sad. Because I like Hakma's floor. Hakma was awesome. If anything, yeah, if it wasn't Nets, I was gonna take up with Hakma. And no, not because I'm an Iron simp. Simply because the music, the aesthetic, awesome. Side note, I like Chronomancy. Just saying. Which brings us back up to Keter. Look, someone may have played around with my save file for a bit. Either case... Look, if I have a 1% chance of winning, anime will dictate that I have a 100% chance of winning. Either case, that's a full library. Until then... Yeah, let's just go have a beer with Nets. I bid you all adieu. Adieu. No, we're gonna raid somebody. I mean, the library is not hurting for any form of liquid nourishment. It's great. But yeah, peeling out.